Hello, everyone. I tried to do a new intro, and instead I'm just sort of dragging myself on screen like a doofus. It's Morgan time. It's loading time. He was also super... Oh, but we were talking about Vincent Price, by the way, so VOD watchers. So if you're like, what is going on? We were in the Vincent zone. You know, listen, sometimes you have to really kind of put the conversation in neutral and roll the windows down and let the Vincent Price just waft in. It's good for you as a person. Anyway, this is Morgan. Oh, that's right. We're in high roller mode. We're in high roller mode. The music is loud. Hold on, I have to turn this down. I'm gonna blow my goddamn ears out. You're gonna hear a boom, boom. I can save my ears. So, if I remember correctly, we just had the cool scene of everybody talking in the crowd, leaving Noble HQ. So, I believe we are right there. And... oh, you know, I bet the weather is... You know, I know it's a dystopia. But... do you think it's at least, a nice day out? You know, considering it's 1 p.m. on July 1st, oh, we're at the hospital, so maybe not. Ugh, thank you. You're a lifesaver. But wait, I thought that when we were at we were at David's house, we were at a Noble HQ. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay. So it was a Noble building, but it wasn't their HQ. The next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Who are you talking to? Morgan, who are you talking to? Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. And he tried and failed to find the... oh! Girl, how come you're pallet cycling on me? He tried and failed to find the witness's medical record. His data pad had the name blacked out. Oh, so this is the witness to David's death. Is quite secretive. That's right. That was the big plot thread that we were in on. But I did see that they could say as Executive 3 more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? Yeah, we're not crazy far in. We'll see where we get. You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Are we all big Serra fans? Is everybody excited that Serra's here? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words. So little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. She's locked in. Serra's like... Serra has met 2 people her entire... Serra has met thank you very much, 2 people her entire life, which you think would not be enough to be detect that somebody's quirky, sociopathic, quirky, but Sarah's still Morgan, what is your fucking deal? Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you'd want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Oh, is that right, Morgan? Christ. Boy, this whole game feels like, I feel like I have like a bug in a jar when it comes to Morgan. Like a weird bug in a jar. I'm like, what is going on in here? She's so fascinating to watch, just like, even when she's doing nothing in particular. Let's learn social skills with Mama, yeah. It doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, they'll always be a gamble. If Murderous Momo has a goddamn twin, I am committing vehicular homicide. And not even like with my own car. I'm gonna go out in the road and just start hitting cars with other cars. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun! Only because you're good at it. How did you get so good at it? Oh my god, normal Blue Morgan. What was the girl's name in the third Ace Attorney game? Dahlia? This game is like this whole game is just Dolly is the protagonist of Ace Attorney. Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. No, she's much more like Kristoff. This is a Kristoff-tastic situation. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Wait, we are going to the morgue! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! We're making this joke! We're making this joke! I'm sorry? Hello! Oh my god, you are a girl that I would try really hard with at the rave and strike right the fuck out. Oh, hey. Come on in, don't stand in the cold, wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner, not just some ad or junior, means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh! The deceased. Asher D. Even Kristoff didn't kill just because he felt like it. I feel like he didn't, but also he did. I feel like killing someone over, like, rejection that they won't be your lawyer is kind of killing because you feel like it. Like, Morgan is perhaps, to a point of pride, as far as she's aware, the most motive-free killer. But I don't think, I have a hard time even calling, like...
I think she would resent any...
I think she would very much so. But I have a hard time thinking of what Christoph did as like premeditated, because I don't even think he had all that much time to like meditate. I think he was like, I got rejected, killing that guy. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who, you know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I'm just getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing this report before we talk shop. In the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Garbage bags. These all dead bodies? I would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Huh? Oh, I wish. I feel like Morgan has more motives than she hates your looks. I think Morgan kills because of looks. I think Morgan kills because of looks, absolutely. I don't think hate is the emotion that drives her to kill because of looks. I think it's a criteria that is considered, you know? I'm saying she's fucked up about Emma. I'm saying there is some fucking sick and twisted circuit in her about Emma. Now, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. You have a pairing for her? Like a girlfriend or like a cheese? She's killed more people than just Emma. Okay, she has killed more people than just Emma lookalikes, but she likes killing Emma lookalikes. Or at least has demonstrated a track record. No, a girlfriend. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, we have fun here. You know, I took a week off from streaming and I forgot. I fucking love doing this. This is so much goddamn fun. We hang out, we play a video game, we do silly. Everybody shares their hot takes. So much fun. Thank you all for being here. I don't know. I'm just in a great mood. My wife kissed me! Anyway, back to the cyberpunk dystopia. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal bio batteries, suspected CCIC. Ooh, did I just get a new word with CCIC? I don't think I got CCIC. Yeah, she's killed more than 6 people. Also, she starts the more. What is Bean Steel? Holy shit. She starts Bean. I got my fucking concepts mixed up. Bean has the zoomies behind me, which is why I'm like focusing on her. But she starts her morning on episode 1 with a kill just cause. Like she's like, well, I'm in a great mood. Killed a guy. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Well, thank you, genie problem. Yeah, let's see. I looked at. Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations and works for them. Okay, we knew. Some of this I knew was the thing. Numerous unverified explanations for how the term originates. Some say it's a natural evolution from this language shark, which was used to refer to ruthless businessmen or individuals. I was claiming that Meg was originally short for Megan. Job creator or patriot. That's funny. Automated dependent. A lot of these I know is the thing. Like in the mid 21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications by intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Then became commonly used that spread to all branches of the robotic industry. Okay, yeah, we did cover this one. Maybe I did get Sato's profile. I bet I did. Yeah. Medical examiner, likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Ooh, palm reading. Ma'am, you have a robot arm. You can only read one palm. Loves to make playlists, hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of meal prep. Oh, yeah. So London we saw before. Fall colors, morning air, dimples. Likes dimples. Dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, and white rum. I'm glad that cheap earbuds are, like, still a problem. I really like how the corporation, I feel like there's something very like obvious about a corporation being like, we know how this word got to be a thing, but we're just, you know, we're going to be obtuse on purpose. We're good at coming up with nicknames, bad at remembering birthdays. Reyes, hello. Did I get it right that time? I always screw this one up. Dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, and manspreading. We could be friends in another reality. Hi, Emma. Likes milk tea, white noise, black lace. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, and ink stains. Reads true crime bodice rippers. Girl, what a name for a genre. What a name for a genre. Buying 10 pairs of $15 earbuds instead of buying one pair of 150 earbuds is what? No way. No way. No way. No way. I'm a decent headphone girly all the way through. Really enjoying the edits. David Asher was a renowned computer sciences user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and lead programmer at Noble Electronics. Though he retained the original patent on the Turing solution of Versalive, he was famously unlitigious. By most industry experts' estimates, the Turing solution exists in some form in 90% of active, automated dependent source codes. Cool. So the thing is, I never wear earbuds. So that's your problem, is I don't wear earbuds. I wear either like decent headphones, like actual like headphones, or the other thing that I have, which I love, and I wear them all the time if I'm doing anything physical, is I have the bone conduction ones. I have the Bluetooth bone conduction like headband thing. I love those. I can wear them for hours and hours and hours and hours. And because they don't block my ears, I don't feel like I'm gonna get hit by a car when I go rollerblading. Not that that actually keeps the cars away, but I'm filled with false confidence. David Asher's philanthropic and valuable skills placed him at the front and center of Noble Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be an official face of the company, and his private life graced the tabloids and gossip sections on the net on many occasions. I want to try the bone conducting kind, but I want to try them out right. They work good. I do wish that there was like a shop somewhere like sitting around with you to play with them, but they work good. They definitely don't have like earbuds are probably good earbuds are probably going to beat them out on like bass and things like that. But I don't know about y'all, but like if I have earbuds in for a while, they just start hurting. They just start hurting. Bone conducting, do they sonically massage your skull? Yeah. They don't go in your ear. Yeah, they don't go in your ear. They it's very cyberpunk actually, fitting for this. They sit like right outside your ear. They sit right outside your ear and kind of vibrate against your temple, and you can hear them that way. And they don't block your ears. Yeah, no, I wear them all the time. I love them. The big bad wolf was here. Oh, hey, wait, the Lobo was in here. Awesome. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled. Big Bad Wolf was here. You are welcome for clearing out this cache of soy slop before it could clog your brain's arteries any further. Oh, I like Lobo already. To whatever dumbass dishwater script kitty they yelled at to come fix this, a world of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to re-secure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, and take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. From the refs, you slack-jawed scream bodies looking at this little excitement in their search history. Find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach them how to run with the wolf. Oh, Lobo's awesome. Big fan of this guy. Big fan of this guy. Oh, we're going to find out a new term, CCIC. Climate change-induced complications. Oh, fun. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Yeah, that noise is loud. Schwam, schwam, schwam. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. It wasn't so long that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practice that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renagen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world into the upper echelons of society. They're sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born for the unique and chaotic economies of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd labor her family House Ikaria at the hospital's naming ceremony, Renagen board member Murray Ikaria had this to say. In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves as long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. No one one's comfortable with that R. Korea, I guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering the name wherever they get to call themselves, Loving the reading comprehension mechanics, so funny. All the Neobility eager to prop up their image wherever they can. They must go double for the Ikarias, assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Interesting. That's a lot of screens. There's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Hit the ka harder. Ikaria. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so, boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run into things to use them for? Sometimes. This year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like, it's like, oh, there's a crime family. Okay, that's interesting. Yumi has a shitload of monitors. This is like, how is that? What? How is that enough to give me points? What's going on there? Although it is probably more likely that they're maybe playing a little la-di-da with the finances. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, wow. Hi there. Cute android. Didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin is, that's remarkable. Yeah, the climate change thing, like it's interesting what details we're bothering to do here. It's like, is this world painting or are you up to something? I'm just looking close. You can tell they really are warm. Oh, Serra. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. Early gens all look flushed, like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? The police mentioned a talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when you first arrived, you know, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Okay. Got added as evidence. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. A few I only sort of had access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? Is it atroquinine? Yeah. That seems to be the best explanation. How did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compounds. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented everybody fucking think. Everybody fucking think. Look at the fucking thinkers. This is the screenshot. This is the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail. She loves mirroring, she does. If one of them patented a new compound, you know, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? On the private sector, intellectual piracy is a norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP laws, your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let you know they came up with the idea years ago, and then you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back. But for the rest of the field... Ah, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you... came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible this poison is actually a known substance. Something the hospital could have easily identified if it wasn't considered a trade secret. Everybody loves Serra and Sato here, clearly. Yeah, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places. The effect was unremarkable, but its strength. Did you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Now without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No. Not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. It's not particularly sharing. Dr. Ashford died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. He was killed by ultra NyQuil, yeah. What would the symptoms be? What would it look like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headache, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Ugh. Lucky way to go. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation. Too late. You're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him did any kind of biomes. Oh, biomonitor. General use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital organs. Commonplace among the affluent or as an additional layer of security, biome is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sources appear to point to the anxieties about the climate hallucinations among life is why adoption of biome is met resistant with medium wage earners. Once health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status may be considered unfortunate. Biomonitors is also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. I see. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he's extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrive. We're very certain about our conclusion. You find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course! So... you ready to view the body? You can skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that... shouldn't be a problem! I love when they do this. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. Last time we talked was on a Sunday. We're getting biblical again. You were complaining, I remember that. Principle of the matter. You'd ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how with your salary it was literally not worth your time. I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin's pale. He's very still. His face is the same. His hair, his hands. You're expecting something more drastic? Last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. He's dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. Trying to look harder. And I think I might not just be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. The dead, at the very least. You're gonna smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. Hell? The hell won't this thing light? Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards. Fuck! God damn! So I assume that, like, when they were writing this, like, they were, like, surrounded by, like, rainbow flames of, like, aura and energy. Alright, that's back in a cold surge for him, so... need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic? Number of metallic elements, too. If you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip. But a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. How much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience? No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Serra. Nice to meet you, Serra. Robot-ass name. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lakun, Tepes, Neef. Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the... She's having so much fun. She's having so much fun. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. Any answers about David and his work on Serra? Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. I think it's hard to do a big cyberpunk evil city and not get Midgar with it, because Midgar just did a good job. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Serra, what are you up to? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. Street. Their efforts at performance transparency and clumsy obfuscation, well... How did you know my father? Yeah, I assume that when they're talking about the canopy is like a Midgar situation. Like, certainly the name implies that. What? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding? No. She's probably pouting when she said just... Oh, I can't cross my fucking arms. That's it. I have to go. Can't be a VTuber anymore. I can't cross my arms and pout. No. What'd you ask? My father... I know you were his friend, but what was your relationship like? Oh, so hold on. I keep blocking Serra, and I know that you people... I know you have a favorite. I know you have a favorite. See? I called it! I called it! Can you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is... I like her flashing as she's looking it up. Not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No. I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though. I mean, MySpace still exists, in brand anyway, so maybe. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes ask for help. They always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance? Just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. Morgan, you're fucking awesome. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? Little did she know the breath mints were laced with forever weed. B+, I think. Surprised that father stayed close with you after that. You stole and you lied to him. Stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. Is that so, Morgan? Wait, I forget, is Morgan not her first name? Did we get her whole name? Evangeline, that's right. Yeah, that's right. She's fucking Eve. She's the one who's named Eve, God. I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school. He published this paper, Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal and professional problem he was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and I took over his education. Paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. Yeah, you know, it makes sense that a programmer is solving life via rubber duck strategies. You're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. How many lobbies do you fuckers have? Cool logo, by the way. Now, yeah, this is Noble HQ, yep. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. Now I'm remembering the adage that real friends help you move bodies. Yeah, no, genie problem. I am like 100% think that there's one actual loose end in Morgan's life in terms of, someone who knows. And, I think David was an alibi. So I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. These corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental on the scale of their hubris they needed to make non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprint. I like when she's clearly getting fired up. The greatest minds of each generation coming together just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai? Is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Is that not what you were preemptively doing? All right, one teeny tiny second, I'm just gonna grab Coke, a beverage. I'll let my model flop. Yo, score! Score! Guess who bought a Dr. Pepper and forgot about it? And it's still fresh. I could, I would love to come up with a way for the model to do a nice flop. Good crack, thank you. Yeah, I usually can't show that on Twitch. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved from the rock by waves. It's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. I don't have a better explanation. So much energy. So many people, also intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so then you don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You could be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. That guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Huh, they changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. You spend your whole life inside of it. Noble must be big enough to be the only company there is. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link of their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them Morgan? That's me! Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. Yeah, wet meow meow of a guy. It's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy. You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. Afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome. But it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? Compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. Definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I saw it on an expert! Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. Barcode's clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we got on file. Huh. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. Remember, give them the barely hanging in there thumbs up to let them know you're a real trooper. There it is, just... How am I doing? He's so wet meow meow with it. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstration purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many in what shape or size. Come down here to see the basement and see how the sausage is made. Have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So, as long as you're giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. Kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment. I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens in here without the only company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, piss me off. Lead the way! Ah. Is court today? Do we have court later today? I want to square up with Emma. This is going to be fun. Yay, we're in the basement. Whoa, cool. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Better take full advantage. More than cursory knowledge, I want to figure out where Serra came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Don't I? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. What's being built out there? Our top of the line brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16. Warm. Kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows down the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Serra told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. It's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began to work on the warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electronic current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure. It's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Look like puppets strung up on live wires. We use a test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. We end up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually spotted a half dozen of them, but right. They figured out how to get the human nervous system moving mechanical limbs ages ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He'll have the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the serotonin, sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an own brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work and get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. I thought, whatever went into Serra makes the android so distinct. He couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, you partnered with her on this? This seems to share some components with that coffin Serra was napping in. Dawes does QA. Is this some kind of android calibration device? Probably used to register Serra. Looks a little... Is Serra tall enough for it to recognize her? What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? Ooh, on the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy is heavily influenced by the Uncanny Valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assists us in nearly every industry on the planet. Whoops, scrolled too fast. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come. But we are already seeing ways in which it fails, and becoming increasingly clear that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected. It may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described the concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters in their so very divided work, Sullivan demonstrated that the Uncanny Valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. Oh, okay. So Sullivan's Peak is right before the Uncanny Valley. Got it. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We'll very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less like or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Passing around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cool. If Serra's any indication on where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Oh, no, wait, I'm Fire Mountain, I follow now. So Sullivan's Peak is like... Yeah, okay, so Sullivan's Peak is, we made them too human, so it feels human to me, and therefore I feel bad if it's suffering because it's close enough to a person that it isn't. Yeah, okay. That, I can't treat it like I would treat a robot. I feel too bad. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you had the blood towards the end? You need the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red. It's pink. Well, the thing is modern search engines and computers, they're not even fucking close on, like, the fucking uncanny valley. As soon as an AI starts talking like an AI, I know what a fucking paper tiger it is. Like, it feels like a D- student trying to make it up by word count. It's so obvious. Do you guys want to hear me talk shit on a coworker? I'm gonna talk shit on a coworker. Big department meeting. Big whole department meeting. One of the heads of the department gets up. She's going through her slides. It's okay. She goes and like as like a flex. As like a flex. She's like, oh, and by the way, I had Copilot help me with this slide. And then she starts talking, and she has no idea what the slide's about. Not a clue. Not a goddamn clue. Basically reading it word for word, and I'm like, ma'am, you're supposed to be in charge. Yeah. 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 We were immediately talking shit in the group chat. Real quick. I'm required to read the slides from my PowerPoints word for word. Okay, as someone who does... Okay. Whose policy is that? My day job, I'll go ahead and reveal this about myself. My day job is building, like, training, and, like, a goal is to make it, like, you know, as engaging as possible. That's poison. That's awful. Don't... Oh, God. I can give you, like, encyclopedias of, like, content and research on why that's a bad idea. No. I mean, you know. You know. I'm not telling you anything that's not a surprise to you. But, like, sheesh. I like this game's music. It's fun to monologue, too. Which is what Morgan's doing, I guess. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish. But pink. Yeah, no, like, every single thing ever is, like... The thing about slides is... I've always believed this. I've always, like... This has been my thing about slides and shit like that. I should be able to, like, walk up to the front of the room and yank the projector out of the wall, and you can basically do whatever it was you were gonna do. The slides should be supportive, at best. You're the show. The slide is not the fucking show. I didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry. I barely noticed it at this point. Color's natural. Comes from the biomanufacturing process. The chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment. Chromofuge. Didn't I just get that as a term? I thought that came by. Centrifuge, but for color. Very cool term. Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without the chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. Oh, is it evidence? It is evidence! Yeah, the red and hot take! Hot take! Hot take coming in! Hot take coming in! Guessing where this is going. They're lying. They add shit to make it pink. I'm calling it right now. They're lying. They add shit to make it pink. Because the red scared people. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that an android gets a bottle broken against its face. No one bats an eye. Feels like I've seen this before. Do you remember the famous Tumblr post about the red on the children's hospital floor? Classic one. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Gloop, you fucked that word up real bad. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer, for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. The color red has more positive than negative implications. That's why we used it on the floor in this children's hospital. What do they put in pink lemonade that makes it pop? That's pussy, babe! Every once in a while, I fuck over headphones users. Nano-level flash fab. What is flash fab? A method of manufacturing. My microphone is in the way. Who moved that all of a sudden? Artificial microscopic components that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of investment in nanotech. In the time since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded. Scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, although the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Ah ha 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 ha. Jokes. Hi, Ruby. Venus curled up on my pants, sleeping soundly. Venus curled up on my pants, sleeping soundly. Basically, 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your Android. I'm not wearing those pants, no. I whipped off my pants in a fit of gusto and put on jammies when we got in today from bopping around. Raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. Mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. Oh, hey, this might be a good way to make a designer drug, wouldn't it? It's gonna have the same list as the other stuff. It's gonna have the same list on the other stuff. What kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and assembles the machines particle by particle. A ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. Must be time consuming. You'd think, but Randolph cracked the code on parallel manufacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining in intersections. Finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? Wait! Did David have nanites in his system? And then they broke down? So they weren't able to find evidence of nanites, they just found the leftover small chunks. Maybe there were fidget tubbies in his bloodstream. It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. A relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could have just brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. Fidget tubbies are the answer, yeah. An inhaler left on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and your prescription, update it based on performance, and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you, who knows, in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. So, do you get more drugs if you're less productive? Or if you're more productive, do they give you more drugs so you can be more productive and more cracked out? I'm getting the opposite of conflicting information here. All the information is just flicting. Cool. I mean, I'm being inflicted with information. Yeah, no, I am. I mean, it's like, whoa, that's so trippy. Wow, what a dystopian future, but I can't pretend I haven't double dropped an Adderall. Oh, co-flicking you cannot do on Twitch. Yeah, no, this is like a hyper Adderall situation, I assume. No, my job is not making me do that. It's all pretty organized these days. Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years. They popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth, and get into your bunk fast. Hey, you use Adderall, right? Copilot has a really good... The concept of asking Copilot what I should do with Adderall is... I have about as much fight or flight in my system right now as if I had just discovered like a rabid animal in the garage. Like, yikes. Yeah, the halos are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight off your personal biomes and adjust doses in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear! Trainees don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably don't even have to learn how to purge. Purge? The act of emptying one's stomach. Oh. I was worried this was it. It means what I thought it did. Yeah, I know, right? All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? And we were all yellow. Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have an Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? Well, that would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract. All noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Oh, so it's a programming language. Built on top of the Tenet system and utilized industry around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react intelligently to the environment with intention. Started this century, there's a much greater variety than the number of programming languages available. Globalization, standardization, procedures, and gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually... I mean, it is a little bit like, Morgan, why would you question that considering this is the tagline for it? Whatever. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca, programming language, the Istolder and teaching of other older programming languages mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by? Serra. This Serra model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage so large. No, wow, he had to measure it using... Special. Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? Programming framework underlying the development of modern automated all contemporary programs are built on the Tenet system, allowing users to design a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Oh! She can break her rules. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113. Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are better known for increasing the decision time lag of programmings. This, combined with their engineered flexibility, made it such that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed for the program was Tenant Safety Zero. Said tenet dictated that a following program would not pursue outcomes that result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People's Voltus defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated defense in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenant Zero may still be added as a particularly benign or a mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its own tenants would be like, you stepping into traffic, you're dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. that's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls, encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcasting to the police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Serra? Most cars, it would depend on the center of gravity. Sheesh. Lady, this Serra could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computation ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software, the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Serra, or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers they actually used for programming this model. Any idea where those would be? Serra? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. That's right. Sorry, I can tell you the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in here, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Serra has even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all, you've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We got the software forms all set here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's gonna be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. Fine with the designation Serra, we can set anything you'd like. Well, actually... Never mind, Serra will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Gonna reset to factory defaults? Factory defaults could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. Last thing then's the grading. I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23, that's higher than I expected talking with it. You seemed more valuable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearance has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, then the hearings, then the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. The tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. Tenant making sure ads couldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Investors wanted guarantees. Never was incentive to deny requested tenants, so this just ballooned. So the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coding decision points to get there. I get that. Now, since the Army is the only one using tech with bare minimum tenants, while the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games, it's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects for Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. Funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. Outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones like you've got here. It falls somewhere in the middle. Sorry. Bit of a tangent there. Only thing left is eval. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits! You should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. Serra's really David's last and greatest work. See, some things are priceless when you first an insurance algorithm to pick a number. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. But Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seem to mirror his affect, his tone. Called being friendly. What's your point? Just an observation. Big building. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car with a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer? No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. Smashed. Oh, great. You put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Oh, shouldn't have assumed I still have the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. What? No? Young! Okay. I don't know jack shit about Germans. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient. Forceful. Yeah, but I usually call him Big C. Yeah, I do. If Noble's trying to directly steer your investigation, if Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. Suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Cool haircut time. Yep. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into a swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you? Never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. The air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Dismiss is fine. Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you. I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to drop everything and just process, company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. More like Jung? Okay. Maybe the pronunciation changed in the future, you don't know. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just control the narrative. He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes. The lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. It's about your work, mate. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it. I've been told you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. You know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. Aren't there any people David would bother meeting with in person? Let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung was his superior on paper, though not in fame. Knew that witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. Pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually, you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Okay. And? So perhaps the truth of the matter is they simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake. No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If he wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. Is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? I have the feeling we're about to get a bullshit story. You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. Building's penumbra captured all that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m. So you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? Quarter before 8, he said he wanted a toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, then he must have went down to his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. Came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. He drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. Thought he was just getting drunk. Oh, Serra does not like this. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. Tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. Boy, I wish you were on the witness stand because this testimony stinks. You went with them to the hospital, I take it. Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. Well, so did David's for all the good that did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point. Sure, they ran through every step of the every step of the CCE SOP. They're paid to do. You seem certain it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said before, he got quieter as time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. He said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. You said CCE, standard operating procedure, a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for counter-corporate espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So, Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course. Usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder's fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. let us drain company resources in a hospital bed where all position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital or areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible! Like snipers personally avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing. Awesome. That was fucking awesome. Well, that's nothing compared to when they want to earn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. A nasty line of work. Insulting. Sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your resume. I've never understood what CV stands for. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... depends. Did they say they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So, do your people think whatever happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. Probably have struck first. I've been curious ever since I saw the scene. Yeah, Morgan and Serra are like just like angel devil on somebody's shoulders. They're so goddamn funny. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. Don't mince words. We didn't either, back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the one-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble-sponsored media. Come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline. Self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of International Sales band today. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. Clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, the president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day. We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. Stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. We got a response. Wasn't long. Showed he was interested. I've been turned down so many times before, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, and together, David and I, we'd finally gotten a win. So David asks if I got anything to drink. I got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. Says he wants to toast. David, you're so girly pop with it. Also, baby Jung is fun. So we sat there, 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. and the lack of sleep and the drinking the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. Did that go in evidence? So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. David's cup. Yeah, Jung's cup is in here, yeah. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, I know. Counter-corporate espionage. Wait, why did this get crossed out and updated? Oh, it was, what's her name is funny. Yeah, updated autopsy report, emergency console. Evaluation of the Android Serra's value. Oh, okay, cool. Do I get to see the number? Totals to a very large sum. Okay, I don't get to see. Interesting that it's evidence. Interesting that it's evidence. Water glass. Is Helen's whiskey spill. Inconclusive test on the whiskey spill. Okay. Okay, and then this witness testimony. This has to be Jung's work. Cool. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's supervisor, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So is he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt. Demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just... Not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. With the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. It's scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin, the fact of it enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? Surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? It's a lot more than just programming. Was he always that gifted in so many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Well, that's interesting. It sounds like it was a recent development. At least that's the story we're getting so far, is that he was interested in hardware. So it sounds like he's a smart and motivated guy, but he only ever had one interest. My broad reading of this, and we'll see where it ends up going, is he started multi-classing, if you will, because he had a goal in mind, and I think that goal is Serra. He wanted to make Serra, and if he had to learn biology, tap dancing, you name it, he was gonna do it. Like, that's what I think is the case here. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss would be felt for years. So, this android, Serra, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? Afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pets? No. He never gave me any indication like that. If he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? Or never any discrepancy with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Asher. Everybody in chat. It's funny, so when I'm looking like over here at like the game, I can still see chat, out of the corner of my vision, and I can just see like flutter, 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 flutter every single time that Serra's on screen. Everybody gets really excited. Y'all love Serra. They had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Serra. Not since the 30s. It's a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. You're allowed to be excited. Make some noise in the chat if you like Serra. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Yay, that's it! Serra lovers unite! We're all Sarah's mom now, because I'm kind of worried about the primary one. A little bit worried about the primary one, you know? He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Yeah, you know what? I guess David is kind of his primary mom. Her primary mom. All my pronouns are fucking out of whack here. Yeah, I mean Morgan. I'm worried about her. Not the killing. You know, that's fine. That's fun. You know, I just don't think that she's baby-proofed the apartment. You know? I mean, she's not a baby, but I don't think you can't baby-proof a riot tank from Serra. Is what we just got told. Well, then with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Serra. Gloop, you're awesome and also should never have kids. The thing is, you know, I don't know, like, that, like, I want to, like, commit to, like, 18 years of a kid. I love kids so much. You know, I've talked in the past that I was a teacher for a while. Whenever I babysit, I'm having a great time. Children are so much fun because you can play awesome little psychological torture games with them, and it's my favorite goddamn thing in the world. I love it. I love it. Well, the possibilities are endless. You can take like normal information that a child gives you, and they're like, my dad works from home, and I can just be like, well, my dad works from an office and from home, and sometimes he just floats in the air and works from there. And they're like, that's not true. And I'm like, yeah, no, it's true. And they're like, that's not true. I'm like, I would never lie. And I'm going to tell my floating dad that you got mad at me. And they're like, that's not... I just do shit like that to kids all the time. It's so much fun. That's all you can do with anything. You can do with anything. Look, kids can just be like, I had lasagna for dinner. And you can be like, that's impossible. Lasagna went extinct last year. No, I ate it. You ate year-old lasagna? That was dead? Ew. It wasn't gross. Kids are funny. Kids are funny. When I was like a teacher, I did that to like the younger crowd. And then like the older crowd, once they started getting into like 12, 13, 14, like the oldest I ever had was like 14-year-olds. They could be 14, like 12, 13, 14. There's an age where they can be evil to each other. But one, I was the computer teacher, so they knew, they liked having access to the computer. Two, just in the program, a lot of them were dweebs, and they could tell that I was also a nerd. So they really just wanted to talk about Smash Brothers, which was kind of its own problem. Which was kind of its own problem. Although I will tell you, I'm zooming in for this one again because this is very important advice. If you are ever in like a situation where you are a teacher and if I've told this story before, shut up, I'm telling it again. If you are a teacher or a babysitter of a group of kids, or just really any situation where there are several children in a room and you are trying to accomplish a goal with them, you know, even if the goal is like, don't burn the building down, under no circumstances, let them tell you a story about their dog. Because if one tells you a story about their dog, they all have to tell you a story about their dog. And one of the stories will be, one time my dog threw up. And then the process resets because everyone has a story about the time that their dog threw up. And you will have to hear 14 stories about dog vomit. Sometimes it's not a dog, but perhaps you can tell that this isn't a hypothetical that I'm greeting you with. Yeah. Don't let dog stories start. Don't let dog stories start at lunch, because there will be kids who will be grossed out and act like they're gonna throw up, but also tell their own throw up story. Kids are like that. They'll go, ew! Also, my dog threw up. It's like, stop talking about vomit. You have the power to talk about anything else. Please. Please, can't you go back to like embarrassing me by asking me if I was alive when the Nintendo Wii came out or something? Oh, the children weren't ready to process death at that point. They should talk about Moonchild. They do. You know, if I ever have a classroom of kids again, I will let them play Moonchild. I will probably get written up for inducing seizures, but what can you do? Anyway, back to our story. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Serra. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Oh, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results? Oh my god, Serra did not like being told that. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. Difficult day for all of us. Message from Fran. Running on a leads to chase the brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. Is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? Yes, I haven't decided what I believe. The thing about Morgan is she's so good at faking that she doesn't give a fuck, because she's faking to herself that she doesn't give a fuck. She exists in a closed-off space beyond the concept of give a fuckery. I'm reheating a metaphor that I used the other day on Discord. Like, she's all about giving a fuck, like how fish are all about being wet. She is tremendously invested in the world and the society around her, which is why she kills, quite frankly, in a fucked up way. But it's not something that she is like in any way conscious of. You know, like, oh, I don't care about death. I don't care about the corporations. Oh, I don't care about this. Oh, I don't care about, like, she doesn't care. She's disconnected. She's an outside observation. Well, but if I didn't mention that I used a metaphor, you were going to be like, you use this metaphor in a conversation about gender. I know how this game is played. I lose it no matter which way I shove the chess pieces up my ass. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, and I. Was I walking too quickly for you? It does not go up your ass, it goes diagonal. If it goes diagonally up your ass, though, you better call 411. The dog is winning because you keep making the chess pieces disappear up your ass. I feel like 9 conversations are happening, and I understand maybe 2 of them tops. That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like Zhenjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai. Is it possible that you are out of shape? Yeah, that is exactly the thing, is that Morgan is backed up on every fuck there is to ever possibly give. I mean, very clearly, like, I mean, I don't know exactly, but certainly it smells like a serial killer situation. Is there was stuff that happened in her childhood that she should give a fuck about, and she decided to not give a fuck about in order to compartmentalize and not process it. So, not giving a fuck and being disconnected from everything has been her modus operandi, and it works awesome! Except for the killing. Yeah, and she doesn't even have fun lying. I don't think that she has fun lying and manipulating. She just does it. I don't even know that, like, killing is necessarily, like, fun for her. Like, I feel like it's fun for her the way that, like, scratching an itch is fun. Like, you know? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has. I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? It's her pressure valve. Yeah, I mean... And I mean, also... We did also see that, when she kills... The thing about killing somebody is she has to be in control of the whole, like, the whole thing. Because the one time that she killed somebody and the scene wasn't perfect because there was the broken thing, she crashed out. She trashed the room. She doesn't deal well with not being in control at all. And she lives in a world where she's not in control. Cute hobby for girls! Yes, also I didn't stretch or hydrate and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. You're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for musicians in David's circles, I expected them to bring me somewhere like a city orchestra or a jazz club. Champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. Yay! If you like pina coladas and killing girls in the rain, should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful. What? A stray. It's burying its fangs too. Could be carrying diseases. You should relax. Adonai, it's growling. Not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. It was static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Interesting scene occurring here. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? David programming you to have Android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I've rarely been addressed directly by people, other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. Interesting wording, once again. Ultraviolets. It's time for a sick club? Take me to a sick club. Yeah. Nice. I'm glad this music gets to make a return. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two. Last night. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! That's interesting. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me. Hey, I'll kill people, but I won't ask who you fuck. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only... I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his position. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. I'm a demolitions expert. He's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like IDK. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Beep! Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take a Cube as a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much everything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. Wait. Wouldn't it be longer than that? Wait. Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based now. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. Oh my god. Ruby. That's so cute. Here, hold on. My model is... Oh, web-based exclusively. Also, sorry, my model is stopping tracking. I have to take a picture. I'm not posting this picture, but, here, I will try. Bean has thrown herself in, just... a very charming pose on top of Ruby. And I had to grab my phone and disturb the model tracking. I took a picture of it. I will post it to Discord in a bit. I will see if I can crop. Wait, no. Yeah, I think I can crop you out of it. No problem. Bean of You fame. Yeah, that's the one. I'm constantly posting her on the Discord. She's done so many incredible things. The thing about Bean is that she's a very like I've had some cats that are like, you know, not like aloof, but like they're not like particularly like enamored with people. Bean is like needs to be in what we're doing like all the time. Like she cares so much. Decode the assumption. Oh, okay, so exclusively web connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. Basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? Sort of in dirt. In like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Big. Oh, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. Is that so, Morgan? And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Oh, we can look around. Yay. People with bad relationship with their family. Yeah! Stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of the place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging. Serra! Girl! Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. Let's see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. So I haven't been to the club in a hot minute, so I'm not the one to make that call. People were dancing at the festival, though, so... And they were young, so... I think it's exaggerated. I think it's, like, I'm willing to bet that it's, like, a thing. Ruby was showing me earlier videos of Coachella, and, like, nobody was dancing for Pink Pantheress, so... Yeah, but I think that's gonna be, like, a worst-case scenario moment. Yeah, especially at, like, Pink Pantheress. Like, I feel like if I'm like a kid who is rich, not that Pink Pantheress is bad, like she's very good, I like her, but I feel like if I'm like a person who is like going to Coachella because I have the money to just casually go to Coachella, I'm gonna be a Pink Pantheress because that's a name. Whereas like somebody who's like here for like on a mission and had to like save up, like they're gonna be over in like a more random corner, or they're gonna push up closer or something like that. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Oh my god, what a good face out of her. I'll stop for a second in case it changes. Hey, person who wandered into the kitchen, look at the television, look at Serra. I like her sparkle eye, too. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. I wonder what they'd say. They're smart. They'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Well, debate settled. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. I hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So, you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like android food? There is no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long term. She would love Avril, yeah. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up, anyway? Because I've always just eaten what Father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste and nutritional value, but the label is yet to receive official state recognition. Thus, the presence of the term Alexander food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by a legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms. Rural skyscrapers are rich floors utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. That sort of thing. Foie gras? I am not paying for any of that. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazine commercials and then double-checked to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions ready about her answered here on exclusivity with the mysterious young woman who's being called and perhaps the most truly unanimous of the necessary, the most beautiful woman in the world. Her name's Luxury. Okay, cool. People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username that I picked back in my grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share prices. Yay, I'm happy for them, of course. To be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures toward her clothes. A plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppier but unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all the attention? Stress is bad for the skin, right? They say mine's flawless. This woman's a robot. This woman's a robot. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. Might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's Sunrises are too meteoric for even the Megs to catch the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them all at her mercery. She can send their stocks in a disarray with one selfie. Good for her. An actual smile? An actual smile? An actual smile not to impress someone else? Have we even seen this sprite before? Have we even seen this graphic before? We have seen this smile like nowhere. When have we seen this? We haven't. The only time this woman is like happy to herself is when she finds out about another woman sending corporations into a tizzy. Okay, yeah, that's him, all right. Oh no, this is me. Sorry, I thought it was this guy talking in. So he's killing time before his set gets in. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it straight. Isaac Porter. What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Are you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. What kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that one, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You mightn't have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Morgan trying to act cool makes her look like a narc. Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like this guy is gonna smell cop behavior like a million miles away. A short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we just cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Serra. Yes, Adonai? Hell? That thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Serra either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. Oh yeah, let me look at his profile here. Oh wait, no, that's not you. Oh, we didn't look at you. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, and waiting. Fluent in 3 languages. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent getting children to stop crying. Under what circumstance? He's a bassist. Likes itineraries, grilling, and champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, and ads. He's a good gift giver and not a good laundry folder. I don't know that we have comparable experience with children, but you know. That last dislike on, oh, ads is like robots. I'm probably saying it wrong, but like, they're not true AIs, robots. The general machine critters who seem to accompany daily life in this world. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it yesterday. Care to elaborate? Oh, we were just pointing it out. Okay. See. Our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on the record, or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next few months. We met in a bar. I'd seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else, each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. Picked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat under the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out back. One of them did make it 10 minutes. He'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. He ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been canceled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming here night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, "'Cause I like your music." That ticked me off. It's cute early on. Boy, this project is really written above my reading level, isn't it? Vapid. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I like that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until. But there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour, but at some point, started to understand where his priorities were. How I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice. He'd miss me. In testing him, that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he just wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. Didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. My mistake. Watched him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I'd be different. I'd be special. I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, called him, expect he'd pick up. Everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. But I told him exactly how valued he made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. What did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Oof. Hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. Made that easy for me. Went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. The hell, man? The hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Astor over the edge. I never wanted to be his last life under the straw that broke his back. Just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that I was asking too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. Serious? You don't have all the facts. You do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. Oh, no, sorry, that was Morgan. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. Court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Serra, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Oh, Serra, does this guy play your genre? Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So, it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell do you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained in any data sets that... pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault. You're only standing here because rich prick nerds are allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Serra, we're leaving. What was that about? I was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to. I just felt I should say something to him. Word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, I'll just start gagging. Cool metaphor, Morgan. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that can establish an alternative interpretation of these facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. The basement. All right, before we do what we're about to do here too, I'm gonna stand up for just one teeny tiny moment. I'll send us over here, and I will be right back, and I will pause the VOD, and I will make it run an ad so that it doesn't interrupt us later. This is the commercial button. Ba, 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 na, ba, ba, ba. Go piss, girl. Oh, it's actually not playing any music in this area. Let me actually put some on. Alright, I'm back. Let's cause problems. Let's cause us some problems. Sorry. Am I tracking all fucky? I think my tracking is all fucky. There we go. I gotta be able to make eye contact with you. It's important. It's necessary for the experience. We gotta. Hashtag we gotta. Hashtag my gotta. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from another angle. Another angle? You know, inductive versus deductive, flip the chessboard and all that. Have you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. Hey, we're gonna get quiz. What killed Dr. David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Hey, Fire Mountain, what the hell? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it, why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison that either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left with is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. Oh, I see. What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Young was drinking from the same bottle in the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0? David left the parlor and came back with whiskey in 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that we got them both from this bar. Better, 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. If you turn something around 360 degrees, you're just back to Xbox. Geez, Xbox. If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from his bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have had a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coded head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's bothering me all day, but my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Well, not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. You really need me to say that? For the purpose of record keeping, yes. If you... I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they're on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding it to, if not the penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. False wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. It was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throwing a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see. I don't. What the hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short, gather facts and then leave the computation for later. Wait. Are these the same... Okay, these are the same pop-ups as before. So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature's two kings in the forest, the stag and the tiger, I think. Oh, great, I'm officially less cultured than the robot. Wait, I thought her... What's the story with this, anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. I might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. Oh, well, what went down in here? What went down in here? How? David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No. But he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Serra, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like this even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who are present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m., local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Donkey Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he's a bomb in his suitcase, and he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive, dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: that man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building as the police are on the scene when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. Interesting story, Serra. That's right. The man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulky, and previously unthinkable feats of strength. Serra, are you sure about this? So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just how he looks on the outside. Serra, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison, anyway. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Took that a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up! Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder. Fuck me dead! Fuck me! Fuck, shit ass, fuck, shit ass, god, shit, fucking... Ah! Boy, I feel like I wandered right into the street and got hit by that fucking truck, dude. Oh my god. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a stepladder folds out. And it's important to know the distinction. I bet my life subject that this subject will never come up again. Ever. Alright, let's refocus here. I'm glad I got to wander the room. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, bunk bed would imply a second or third. It's been in every Ace Attorney game. How do we open it? A moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys basic, Sturticure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And then he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. You and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Code word he knew only I could learn. Oh, I didn't know this was coming up. Oh, I can't get to the phone from here. Shit. Okay. Well, let me try and do this. Okay, so it's gonna be. Let's see. What would be, oh man, what would be, let's see. I'm trying to think through, like, David and Morgan things that I know. It'd be funny if it was mints, but that's not 6 letters, because of the story about the breath mints. That was funny. God damn, I wish I could have gotten to the phone. I wish I could have gotten to the phone. Was there any branding or other information on the lighter? Shit. Shit, I don't want to just guess. Did I get any information wandering around the room? I don't think that I did. Wait. Wait, what was the boyfriend's name? I think it, no, Porter's too long. Porter's too, wait, well, unless it's Porter's first name, which I don't remember. Huh. Bart, it's so mean that they lock you out of the phone here. Crap. Oh, I might be in trouble. I might not know it. Let's see. What do I know about David's early career, about them studying together? Oh, dang. Ah! I don't know. Wait, it does fit. It does fit. Damn! Could it be your birthday or his? David said the past was something as dumb as that. I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. No, he picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Oh, this is cruel. That. I should have guessed that one first. It's opening! What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. Boy, discovery matters in this universe. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory's flawless. I can play back visual, sound, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human. And some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, and a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Oh, good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What are you doing? Here, you search for video files. They're probably time-stamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. Cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking. I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, haven't I? They're encrypted. Damn it, David, you leave me enough clues to get me this far, but you won't let me use your computer? It's the brand on the encryption program. If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files are not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, what was Dawes just flattering you about back there? Or is your processing power really that special? I don't know, Can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time? And how much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window! No matter how sophisticated encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Oh, finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but it becomes unresponsive. Yeah, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out to the wall and find a battery? I've copied the encrypted files, and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. Did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. Cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than this computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds, holdings, a platinum bar? His birth certificate. Might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, the middle. Oof, enough pages to dwarf one of the phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Is there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It's a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. Widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... there is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Serra. Stated a few weeks back? Had he already made up his mind about all this? He had. Why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. Bleh. Little Ethel bleh. Cute! We're being cute. As a collector's item. Yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. Should at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hey, let's ride to the courthouse. Priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Ooh, is it court time? Ooh, is it court time? Let's see how we do. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick, anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. I like the performances. Oh, she locked in as soon as she got accused of being just a robot. Sure, there you go. Get a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides Father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. Hadn't noticed. I read the net and I watch people, what they share of their lives, but it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. Whoa! Is she like a baby here, or was she just sitting down and curled up? You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning and a middle and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? This is a long time ago. I don't remember. Interesting. Yeah, the thing is that, like, we do have to be up in the morning, so I don't know how late I want to go. But also, I want to see the courtroom. I want to see the courtroom. I want to see where this is going so bad, dude. I got to see at least some of this. Like, I gotta. This is so exciting. I've wanted to know how this is gonna, like, work. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. I think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think my friend would be dead or that he'd thrust an android in my lap either. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do part of it. I mean, we're in high roller mode, so if we have to save, that's fine. We can still save. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my domain, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. I guess I don't plan to. Why? Must be because I have my suspicions as well. Serra insists that David would never commit suicide. I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself. Not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. So I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Shit. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your arguments? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutant. Okay, cool. Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Adjutant. Okay, cool. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and expertise. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So androids are used to reduce caseload. And that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges did fight it for years in every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. State needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be the most high-profile of crimes even get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted in a single business week. Ah! Ha 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 ha. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. They don't teach you anything about classical conditioning in android school? Gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is, that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be just as possible if adjutants are truly impartial and corruptible? Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people rarely care about, what their morals boil down to, just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. Morgan, do you like getting your fingers dirty? I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. You better stop freezing up right now. You better stop freezing up right now, girly pop. She threw a not responding at me and I shat my pants. It's back though. And Emma's here. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? Yo! Cool! It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. An audience. Huh? You mean the gallery? That's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. But if any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one, detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. Don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services. What'll happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figure that you could extrapolate. I'm asking so as to correct any misconceptions. While not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated, the court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. So what do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution is done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets to present without any kind of context. Little burned by its attorney, are we? I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. Jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch the veto trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue. They don't want people to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them. You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily toward evidence over arguments, and right now all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. It's going to be an uphill battle. I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts. It needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presenting. Really loving the Justice's blind visual going on with her. Fun design. I call to order the case of People vs. Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show started. If neither of the people in the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped and surrendered or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man. Justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. The fuck? Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but can see everyone hates me. Oh, this woman rules. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor! Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide. As he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before he cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Every paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's the look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Well, wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good. Because if you're in doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. Ooh, she's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up here, even counting on the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. It's Yumi. I do want to know something funny. Go for it. Hey! So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning.
Excellent.
What's the 8th and 4th letters of the alphabet? A, B. HD? Oh. Ah! Cute. Cute! I still think you can say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have to have the opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. Hell, all I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Awesome. I get penalized for doing nothing. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, don't I? Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts out and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Fuck. Find the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. You should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to use objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheaded, dizziness, fainting. Can you even game over in this game? Like, it seems to me that, like, I don't know that you can game over, you just get a dog shit score. And no phone trinkets, which is the real crushing part. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. This is Ace Attorney 2. Ace Attorneying. That's the Ace Attorney. Okay, so you can game over, but it's hard to do. I see. It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually to continue. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle an insight to focus on the claims within a witness statement. Insight can be disabled in settings. Testimony will loop until you call. Okay. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. All right. Okay, so is this the cross-examination, essentially? He would experience lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. Okay, so that was probably the end. Something she said just now doesn't make sense. I have evidence. Can I look at my evidence again? Nothing to call there. After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Okay. Look over the 3 cards that show up and confirm your card before the timer runs out. Oh, I have a timer? Oh, that's fast! Oh, darn. Open your mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for an airhead in this courtroom. It's not you. Wow, that's fast. Okay. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. Did reverb not go? That's weird. Is it working? Oh, it didn't give me the notification noise. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again, or maybe let me. Oh, I'm gonna get busted. Wait. Oh, fuck me dead. Hold on. I'm. I panicked. Hold on. The talk screen came back inconclusive. I was just having a hard time, like. I'll turn it back on in a second. I might have to turn it off for a second here. I'm like, hold on. Let me figure out the damn mechanic. Like, I don't have the mechanic figured out here. Okay, whiskey, David's contract, and the upright cup. The upright cup was inconclusive. Okay, so the item that is interesting here is the upright cup. All right, let me see. Can I get to the fucking whiskey in time? All right, upright cup. There we go. Cool graphic. Wanna bet? You're joking, right? Just trying to keep things light. That's supposed to be my job. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Overruled. That's not it. Okay, I'm fucking up bad. Was that not it then? So whiskey, David's contract, and upright cup. Hold on. None of that seems weird. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, this is much simpler than I think it is. It's the whiskey. It shouldn't come back clean. I'm overthinking it. It shouldn't come back clean. It should come back with whiskey in it. Duh, okay. It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. There we go. Okay. I'm like, okay. I follow now, but I sort of assumed, like, all right, game. Ah! That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states in the talk report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant... it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be. At least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? Okay, so the way that this works is that it does the, like, 3 cards thing, so I don't have to think through, like, all the evidence at this present moment the way that, like, Ace Attorney makes me. Okay. So I have to act quick, but I'm not going over everything. Okay. During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So, like that's fine, but, like, I also didn't pick up on it first that, like, the game is, like, providing me with 3 cards to work with. Like, this is the hand I am dealt with, per se. You know, now that I've done it once, I get the metaphor. I get the metaphor that we're going up here. But first it was like, okay, sure, here's our items. They're in my face. But I was expecting Ace Attorney. That's the thing. I was expecting Ace Attorney. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega-3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said... oh wait, does 80... does she? Hold on. Date of birth, September 2nd. Automated attendant, adjutant. Legs, raw salmon, running water, and gymnastics. How do you eat raw... I don't... She just likes it, not that she eats it. She likes to look at it. How tall is 263 centimeters? That sounds tall. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, and pigeons. Signed Libra, self-assigned. 109 bust! 64 waist, 94 height. Was I on the design team for this fucking robot? God damn. They put some fat fucking honkers on her, girl. Ruby just said Justice is blind because she can't see over her huge titties. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. The feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested, why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance. The poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Oh yeah, the testimony, See, this is, yeah, we have two different interfaces here. Yeah, let's bring this up. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Wait, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? This is such a great solution for the fact that, like, the judge is a ditz in Ace Attorney. That they're like, let's just make the judge a ditz. If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. All's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. What the fuck? So don't press further if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. This isn't particularly interesting. Are you sure it was respiratory failure? What am I at for? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Sato is really fucking cool, yeah. Yeah, I think Are You Sure Delta is to Blame is... Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. I want to press that. You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Is there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No. Not yet, anyway. Oh, I have an ace. Fun. Let's go with... Let's go with... Are you sure it was ingested? I literally have an ace up my sleeve, yeah.
Excellent.
Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. Also, what's up, y'all? Welcome to Of the Devil 2. Just kidding, it's Of the Devil 1. There isn't a 2. I'm lying. Thank you for rating in, folks. What's going on in your world? But how can we actually be sure about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... I'm gonna stay. We're at 18. Oh, I want to push on was it knowingly ingested? I want to push on was it wait, do I want to push on was it knowingly ingested? I'm gonna push on that. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Thank you for saying that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn? Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... blackjack. What's Rimworld? Oh, where multiple people take turns managing the same colony. That's a cute idea. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato, and we all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, his respiratory system is weakened. Diagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It's technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for the witness. Ugh, I've felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seething doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you're one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of this parlor. Yeah, this is Ace Attorney for girls. Murderous girls. One of the women in this room, is a killer. Frank and Tater, are you getting a goddamn paycheck? With all the love in my heart. He was receiving CPR from a witness. The individual had called them. Of the devil good. Of the devil real good. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. He's actually handling himself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected to roll her eyes during the swearing in. The opening is free. It's $0 and a fun ride. When you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. Okay, I will get off her. Job hunting's a pain in the ass. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill. From 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle the witness and the deceased drank from. So... yeah, no, this is a good one to go in with zero context. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. I know there are a number of blind spots they're not willing to admit to. They haven't had a chance to check out David's cup. David's cup was inconclusive. David's cup was inconclusive testing. Asher met with the witnesses at 8 p.m. He was dead. That's not weird. That's not weird in and of itself. No opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Hold on. Wanna bet? I love that graphic. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could possibly have delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. She's fucking playing games. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby! Okay. Baby. Gun noise. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David was the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me. If I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point before she even realizes what's happened. Let's see. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible there were other people there that night because the cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. What about before that day? And if they'd been there before yesterday? Then we would have seen them leave again through the front door. Okay. I lost points there. Oh well. Or we would have found them during the course of the investigation. Oh, I busted. Oh well. Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning. Not that exhausted, goddammit. Yeah, the one to push on here was he ever seen poisoning himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Oh, we get a new question. I see. I need to get more water in a second. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. And it's an ace. Awesome. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? I do want to push on what a poison container, as the poison had to be in something prior. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? And if his wallet on him, why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. Point. Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Ow. What do you mean, procure? Well, where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. Can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. Yeah, that's way too specific to be lawful. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Oh, this fucking thing! The Nanofacturer! Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. It's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory. Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Yeah, we got a little judgy snack for her. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical's heart desire. Really. You think Randoc Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the Nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void, but they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor ordering exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. Quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute and at the touch of a button. Specifically preset 19. Damn. I actually had something for a moment there. I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we could take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? I don't think she made a mistake with that timeline, no. She does have the timeline correct so far, I think. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the Nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Wait, was he gone 2 minutes? Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera. Yeah, okay, he was gone 2 minutes. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Oh god, Emma, what do you know? Are we on that loading bar of yours, Serra? I don't know, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? Well, we can't be done here because I need to buy my robots some goddamn time. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... Well, it just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get all the way down here for a debate and not get into the truth of the matter, you know? So, hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. Fuck! A man named Isaac Porter. Oh, Porter and David's breakup call? Emma wants to present it here and now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was on the day he died. Fuck. Cool, begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Oh, this is our first time, like, actually hearing David's voice, per se. Isaac, you there? Yeah. I'm here. What's wrong? Oh, no. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? You mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how you've been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. You did? Oh, that's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I don't want any more apologies from you. Sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. Oh, the fact that it says Pookie? Yeah, it says Pookie. You mean? I shouldn't have done this. This is unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted. I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. So do you need anything, or should I? Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended. Quality assurance. Let me check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. Last time I let someone... The last time. Might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she still looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just... Kitty? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about the kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. It was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off my game all day, caught in between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and... Pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. Oh, is this the turnabout? Is this the turnabout? Is this the turnabout? It's about time for me to call my first witness. No? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for? Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What's your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I'd arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. That silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. Save us, Hetero Jessica! From now on, it's just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, at least it'll buy me some time. Jess was being sworn in. Sarah mentioned that the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.